Hello, everybody. I just come in from outside. I turned the grill on, hopefully letting it heat up. I'm hoping I got enough gas in the bottle to cook this. If not, I'll probably have to switch out bottles with one I got in the shed and bring it out and hook it up to this one. But hopefully we'll have enough gas. Let's see who we got in the house. We got Connie, Hawkins, Shatika. Who else we got? Anthony. It's like we got 6 watching, maybe 3 in live chat so far. It's a little cloudy today. We got a little bit of rain early this morning, just a sprinkle, but you could hear it. And it's made it kind of humid. It's like 83% humidity today. So it's a little cooler, like I said, and that's one reason I decided to go ahead and grill out in this video today. I put a box fan out on the patio and it's blowing toward the grill to hopefully keep me a little cool. And I thought the fur babies would love it. They were on the table out there. But when I turned the fan on and it started blowing, they moved. Or Lucky did. He got off the table and went and got behind a tree. I guess he didn't like that little bit of breeze. I thought it would feel good to him. See who else we got in here. We got Ezekiel, Janine Leggett, Gladys Pellegrino, David Foster. Welcome, everybody. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I know usually I wait the 30 minutes. Hopefully people will get in here, but I got a lot to do, and the grill is heating up. So I hate to get started and you know, kind of leave people out, but I can't wait all day either, so let's see, what am I going to do first? Well, I got some asparagus here, and we're going to grill out our asparagus too. Put it in the sink so I can wash it. And you know, sometimes the little stems on them get a little tough. So I'm going to cut the ends off of some of them. Some of them might be all right. Yeah, some of these look pretty, but they're a little tough. And some of them look like they'd be tough and they're not. So I'm going to go ahead and, what I normally do, and I've got heavy duty aluminum foil. Now I'm just using the pan to hold it in until I get to the grill. I'm not going to leave it in the pan when I get to the grill, so. Wash some of these off. Every bit of my meal today is going to be on the grill. Every bit of it on the grill today. I've learned from experience, once asparagus is cut, you don't want to leave it for very long, because the longer you leave it in your refrigerator and not cook it, the tougher it will get. Now I'm going to take some olive oil in my sprayer, and I'm just going to spray it good with olive oil. I'm going to sprinkle some onion powder on it. This is real simple to do. And this time I am going to put garlic salt because that's the only salt that I will put on my asparagus is what's in the garlic. And I'm not going to put a lot of it because I don't want it too salty. And that's pretty much it for my asparagus. Now I'm just going to basically fold it over and make a pocket out of it. And when I get out there, that's going on the grill. I'll take it out of the pan, and that's my asparagus all ready to go. Now I do have some corn, fresh corn on the cob that I need to do something with here. I'm hungry just thinking about all this, y'all. And I know usually I put it in the microwave. It's a quick, easy way for me to cook an ear of corn. But since everything is going to be on the grill today, my corn's going on the grill. Get all those silks off of it. They had some really pretty corn at Walmart, and I bought 3 or 4 of them. I've already cooked all but these 2. I think I got 4 of them. I don't like to buy too many just for me because unless I freeze it, you know, it'll ruin on me before I can get to eat it. Now my corn husk I do put in my compost pile. My corn cobs I do not. Because it takes forever and a day for the cobs to break down. I mean, they're worse than wood. They just last forever. These silks are so hard to get off when you to get all of them off whenever you do it like this. And like I said, this is heavy duty aluminum foil. Put one over there and one here. And hope it doesn't roll off the table or off the counter. I got everything I need piled right on this table, on this counter. And I'm just gonna slather it with butter. It'll go all over it by the time it's cooked. I like lots of butter. I'm going to put regular salt. I can't see it coming out. And my salt shaker, my thing of salt is almost empty, so it doesn't show that it's coming out until I turn it almost upside down. Now I'm going to kind of like doing a rollover with the ends of this because I don't want my butter to leak out and go all over the... And I twist the ends of it real good. Not hard enough that you break your aluminum foil, but enough that it's going to seal that butter in there. We'll do this one the same way. Y'all, I'm starving. Yeah, I wanted to take this opportunity to do some grilling because it was a little cooler. Because it's been cloudy like it wants to rain again, but it hasn't. It just kind of drizzled a little bit early this morning, and that was pretty much it. There. There's my asparagus and my corn. Now, let's see. I'm going to do one skewer of, I think, potatoes. And onions. I already washed these potatoes. So I'll cut it in 3 maybe, I think. Because I don't want it so thick it doesn't cook. I don't want it to take hours and hours to cook, so. Just lay them on those tomatoes right for this minute. I hope y'all can see what I'm doing here. Can y'all see everything? No, that's no fun to have to cook. No, you don't want to cook for hours. Well, thank you, Life with Misty. And we got Donna Placedia, Michael, you rock with us, Life with Misty. Welcome, everybody. We got 44 people watching. Okay, I got onions also out of the garden. I should have had this cutting board out here already. I'm kind of undecided how to cut them. I want them to stay on the skewer. I don't want them to fall off. I don't know, to cut them this way. Let's see how that'll work. May have too much to go on this. Probably have to make 2 of them. I think that'll work. I got 1 potato. I'll just put it on the end for good measure. So we got that. And I am going to go ahead and put a little bit of garlic salt on it. That's ready to go. So we got asparagus, we got corn on the cob, we got potatoes and onions. Now we're going to do some shrimp. And what I'm going to do with the shrimp is we're going to wrap it in bacon. It's going to be so good. I don't know which one to put where. Oops. I just did something I know. When you wrap shrimp or anything like this, it works the best if you put the end of your bacon toward the next piece that you're going to wrap. Don't ask me why, but they say that's the best way to do it. I don't really like it that way. Let me see if I can roll it up. To where my whole piece of bacon is covered. Yeah, there you go. And I'm only using a half a strip of bacon because a whole strip is just way too long. I think I had 6 shrimp. Got one more. I figured you can't go wrong with bacon, y'all. And there you go. There's my shrimp with my bacon. Now I've got some really thin pieces of pork. They're like pork cutlets. We're going to put some of them on there too. I think we're going to do 6. And I may have cut those too small. And I don't think we're going to need a whole strip of bacon on that either, so I may just cut it. And I went and bought another package of bacon because I was afraid this one package that I had left, it was like a half a pound, would not be enough. Now where it's going to get a little interesting, we're going to put some barbecue sauce on those. And I'm going to put Worcestershire sauce on my shrimp. Just a little bit. But I'm going to put barbecue sauce on my pieces of pork. Not a whole lot. That'll do it right there. Y'all, is it looking good yet? I have to get over here so CB Rick said, yum, good, gonna be good. Yeah, you better believe it. Everything's better with bacon, isn't it? Joshua's with us. I'll be live at 8 tonight. Okay, Anthony. What are you doing tonight live, Anthony? Anything special? Sophia says yummy. Russell's in the house. Oh, he must have been a troll. Somebody got rid of him real quick. What you going to do on your live tonight, Anthony? Anything special? You don't know yet. I'm cooking a little bit of everything. But now since we got our barbecue sauce on our pork, we're going to wrap it in bacon. And we're going to stick it on a skewer. I should have got it. I wrapped this kind of tight because the pork was a little bit bigger than my other pieces. I'm hoping my grill is getting hot and it's just not running out of gas. I hate like the dickens to have to go get that other bottle out of the shed, but I'll go get it. It's pretty heavy. It's the only reason I don't like messing with it. Just kind of get that barbecue sauce on both sides. I'll roll it up kind of tight because that pork is a little bit bigger than the shrimp. But it's going to be good. Oh, just cut my finger. And there goes my pork with bacon. Wash this off a little bit because it's a little bit messy. we got one other thing that we're going to do. And I was afraid I was not going to have enough skewers, but I guess I will. I could have made more of the pork if I'd have wanted to. But we're going to definitely need more bacon. Because I've got these little Harvest Gold tomatoes. And we're going to put them on one and we're going to wrap them in bacon. They are so good when you wrap them in bacon. Oh, and it's hard to wrap them because they're little balls, you know. I'll have to get my other package of bacon. It's a good thing I went and bought bacon. It's so slick I can't stick it. I gotta open my other package of bacon here. Get this one out of the way. This is one reason I'm so glad that the General Dollar, the new one, is opened up out here. Because, I mean, I can run out there and pick up something in a heartbeat. Doesn't take me but just a few minutes to go out there. And I will cut some of these in half. Ooh, they're tough. Well, maybe my knife is just not sharp enough. But we want a skewer full of tomatoes. They're just a little tedious to get wrapped and get on here. But those are onions and a lot of stuff right out of the garden. But can you imagine how good these tomatoes are going to be? Roasted on the grill. And I hope I can keep them on the skewers. I hope they don't fall off. They're gonna be good. Oh goodness. I'll do one more tomato. That'll give me a whole skewers full of little tomatoes with bacon. Ah. I think that's everything. Yeah, I had some skewers left. Let me get this bacon wrap because I don't want to just leave it out. I like to wrap it in foil when I put it in the refrigerator because the package has already been opened, and it's kind of hard to keep it in that package once it's open. So sometimes I wrap it in foil, or I take it out and I put it in a airtight container and put it back in the refrigerator. Okay. We got a mess in here, but that's all right. I'll clean it up later. I'm going to put a lid on that because that shrimp, I'll take that out to the compost pile later. Now I'm going to go ahead and take y'all outside with the camera. Let's see. I can't see what I'm doing. There, I want you. See, I got my fan set up out there. Little buddy stayed at his in his chair, but Lucky got up off of the table and left. Let me get this turn around. Let me see what it's heated up to. Oh my goodness, it's 500 degrees almost in there. Let me go get my food. I'll be right back. decide to move? Huh? Now, I forgot my mittens. Let me go get them. Okay, I'm going to put my asparagus on here to cooking. My corn. Woo. Goodness gracious. It's hot, y'all. Got my potatoes. My tomatoes wrapped in bacon. My shrimp. And I added sausage, y'all. A little bit of sausage, but I got to be careful with that because the handles are wooden and I don't want them to burn. Get that heated up a little bit. Go clean this up. Well, it's all right like that, I guess. It's just barbecue sauce and stuff on it. So I guess it'll be all right. But it's up to 400 degrees. I probably ought to turn it down a little. $450. Well, it was almost to 500 until I opened the lid. So what do y'all think of our cookout so far? You have no idea, Anthony, but you can hear it, right? What is that? Some about a soulmate? The greatest commandments. Who is your soulmate? Oh, you know, that soulmate junk is for the garbage. I mean, they send out these advertisements all the time, and it says, click here and see the picture of your soulmate. And they charge you $19.99 for the chance to see the picture. And then they'll send you another email after they've charged your card for your money. And it's another link. And to get past that other page that comes up, you got to pay more money. And I refuse to pay anymore. I never have gotten a picture of my soulmate because of what they were doing. It's just a big scam. And I don't care if the person in here that's talking about it, the greatest commandments, if you're linked with these people, you're scam artist. Get the heck out of my live, okay? Who is your soulmate for eternity? Does he drive around wasting money and lifting it? You're crazy. Somebody get that person out of here, the greatest commandments. Get them out. Thank you. Oh no, no. I'm live on YouTube, and there was a troll that came in my live, and I told my moderators to get him out. That's what I was talking about. Your dogs didn't have anything to do with it. I forgot about that bacon dripping like that and wanting to catch on fire, so I have to leave it open and watch it. Turn the heat down a little bit too. I like these on the wooden handles better than I do the metal, because you can grab the wooden handle where you can't grab that metal. It'll burn you. The only problem is whew, and y'all, you can do these in a frying pan if you're afraid of trying to do them on the grill, because there's a lot of grease that comes out of that bacon. And just like hamburger, it will try to catch on fire, like mine is doing. Whew. Like that. We'll have to put them up top. And usually by the time your bacon is done, your other meat is done. Whew. I think I will alternate these again. Whew. If I could see what I'm doing. Whew. Too much smoke. move my meat down to the cooler edge of the... Whoa, it's hot, y'all. Even with that fan going, it's hot. They're going to be good. Good part about these, you can put them up top. And the grease will literally... Woo! I gotta take a breather. Smoke City. Oh my goodness, somebody else was deleted. Who was? By Anthony. I don't know who that might have been. What are you cooking? I'm cooking shrimp and bacon. I'm cooking tomatoes and bacon. I'm cooking pork and bacon. I'm cooking potatoes and onions and asparagus. And corn on the cob is what I'm cooking. Check your barbecue. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Checking my barbecue. Oh. Rotate my corn. I put my skewers up on top. There's a little ledge, top rack. That way when they get hot, the grease will drop. It'll drop in the grill, and hopefully it won't burn the skewers that are up on that top shelf. That's the plan anyway. Been on here almost an hour. My hair was still wet. Trying to curl up. It's only 83, I think. 83% humidity today. And I can't see the chat, so. There's Jana. Hey, Jana. I think I want to be at your house. Everything I'm cooking is on the grill today. I'm not cooking anything else. Everything's right here. I had my grill almost a little too hot this time. It was up to 500 degrees. Now you see why I had that fan out here. Even though it's a cooler day out here, it's still hot. I'm sweating. But I'm hungry. Wolf Floor said hi. Hello, Wolf. See, now all that fat is dripping out, but it's not burning my... Whew. I have to remember to keep those handles off the grill because they will burn. I've already burned them some. That's the good thing about the metal ones. They don't burn. Y'all in the grilling mood? We got Gordon Ramsay in the house. Oh my God. There you go, Gladys. Be nice or be gone. I'm not putting up with any trolls. I'd love for you to be my neighbor, Jana. Mimi's place. Yeah, it's a big grill. That was my door prize. I worked at Lowe's for a while, and one of their big company meetings, district meetings, whatever it was, they had door prizes. And guess what? That was my door prize, my big grill. It's like $600-700 grill that I got for a door prize. And they delivered it for free for me. I don't think I've ever won a door prize before, but I won this one. It's getting up to 400 degrees again. I need to go get me a knife or a fork, too. I had to get something to drink, too. See, they cook and drip up there, and I can't put these up there because well, my sausage is looking really good. There, maybe that'll work. Whew, I'm sweating, y'all. But I was going to do this for dinner anyway, and I said, why not go live with it? And show you how I can use some of my little cherry tomatoes out of the garden. And just a simple meal, not anything extravagant, but you got bacon, you got shrimp, you got pork. I got sausage. I got potatoes, I got onions, I got corn on the cob, and I got asparagus, y'all. So that's my complete meal. Already got the tip of my glove dirty. Oh, I wanted to check the potato for doneness. They still have a ways to go in cooking, so. Whew. But I was waiting for a good opportunity to use the grill on the day when it was not 98 degrees outside. So I think I picked a good day. Yep, Little Buddy and Lucky both are right here. Little Buddy went back under the table. Lucky, I'm not sure where he is. Oh, he's right over here. He left the table. Uh-oh. See him laying there between the tree stump and flower pot. He loves that little spot. It's a little hollowed out spot, and I guess it keeps him cool. It's kind of like a little bed that's hollowed out, and he loves laying there. Yeah, both of my buddies are right here. They don't go far. Yep, little buddy's under the table cooling his belly off like he always does. Nope, I don't have time for trolls. No, I don't have any water filters, Joshua. Mimi said, I'll be right there. Yeah, I finally started sending them emails on that soulmate portrait. Trying to get down. Um, when they sent me an email saying my portrait was ready, click on that link, and I did, and then you had to click on another link with another lady's picture there with her talking, and when you clicked on it, you had to pay another $19.99. I said, I don't think so. So I backed out. I sent them email after email, and I said, you've never produced a picture. I want my money refunded to my account, and I'm not paying any more money to get in to get something you're not even going to give to begin with. So it's nothing but a scam, so don't fall for it. Whew. Nothing but a scam. Wow. I moved these here down on the cooler side because I think they're done. And I'm afraid to death that I'm going to burn my corn. I have a knack of leaving it in there too long, and I usually end up burning it. Whew. And you think this top section is cooler, but it's not. It's just the fact that it doesn't catch on fire. You got it up top. It'll still cook. And it'll burn if you're not careful. Let me show your little buddy down here. See him under the table? Stretched out on his belly like he always does. Oh, I tell you what, that fan sure feels good. It's blowing that heat away from me. And we got Patty C in the house. Hey, she's a stranger. It's about 100 degrees there. Well, it's like in the 90s here, but it's not 100. I didn't even check the temperature. I don't know what the temperature is right now. Oh, you ordered you some food? You should have grilled out in your live tonight. I got a cool section to my grill down here at this end. I don't have these burners lit. I've got these burners over here lit. Whew. Where you going, little buddy? Huh? Where you going? Well, you see him now. He's over there on the concrete. Lucky's still over there between the tree stump and the flower pot. You can see him. Silly fur babies. Grilled corn sounds good. Yeah, if I don't burn it, Terrace. If I burn it, it's not going to be good. And that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid I might burn it. And I didn't bring my timer out here, so I don't know how long I've had each thing on cooking. But it's going to be good. Beth Hammond, hello. Yeah, I know. It's just terrible about all the flooding down around Kerrville, Hunt, and especially the camp where all those little girls were camping. You know, they went for fellowship and to have a good time, and they never came home. That is so sad. I mean, they did recover a few of them that survived, but you don't know about the rest of them. You don't know what happened to them, where they ended up. Yeah, I don't need a timer out here. And a bro get some of that corn. I would give you an ear of corn if I could. I do want to check it though, because I'm afraid I'm burning it. And I don't want to burn my corn. I'm definitely going to have to wash my mittens after this. To check it means you got to unwrap it. And I got the one that was wrapped the most. Probably just going to burn my fingers. Whew. Yeah, it's the one that's wrapped the best. And it's too hot to really handle it. That corn is looking good. Put it back over here. I probably need to check my asparagus. I don't want it burning. Whew. Oh yeah, it's looking good, y'all. It don't take much to cook asparagus, that's for sure. Few more minutes. Arius gladius. Arius gladius. Yeah, I got asparagus. It's hot. Let that thing be cooling down a little bit because it's still 400 degrees in there. I don't know what the percentage of charge is on my camera, but I think I'm going to try to plug it in just to be safe. Was that who his name was? Jerry somebody? Yeah. Timed out by Patty C. Not nice, Jerry. Well, good. He don't need to be in there. See, even after I've turned it off, my grill is completely off, but it's already heated up to, it was like over 400 degrees, and it's still 400 degrees in there right now. My little potatoes need to cook a little bit more, and then they'll be done. You'll be doing gaming live and interacting with subscribers. Because there's a lot of jealous people out there. There's a lot of, you know, the old saying, jealousy has ruined the world. Jealousy is the root of all evil. If it wasn't for jealousy, I mean, life would be a whole lot better. I've had people jealous of me all my life. And when I was younger, I looked good. People were jealous because I was pretty. I had a good figure. And then if I did good on the job, people were jealous about that. You know, there's always going to be jealousy out there, unfortunately. They're jealous of everything. If you do good on YouTube, people get jealous. They try to knock your channel out. And it doesn't even matter if you look good or not. People are going to be jealous of you no matter what you do, what you say, what happens. There's always going to be some reason why somebody's going to be jealous, because they're not happy with their own life. They're not happy with their own life, and they take out their disappointment in life on everybody else that does good, or they think that does good, you know? I mean, I've had to work hard all my life for everything I own. And what I own is not much, but it's a roof over my head. You know, I've got 3 lots here. And the people are jealous of that. These home builders are jealous of it. That's why they try to ease in on your property. Because they only buy 1 lot, and then they try to take 3 or 4 foot of the whole back side of your lot to make their yard bigger so that they can sell the house. And I don't even want to get onto that today. But yeah, it's jealousy, the root of all evil, y'all. are done. My shrimp's done. My tomatoes are done. I'm sure my asparagus is done. And I'm sure my corn is. Here it's 400 degrees. Everything is turned off. I could still cook something in there at 400 degrees, but I'm done. I'll start taking some of this in the house where it's cooler. Ooh, that breeze. It feels really good out here right now. As long as I'm not standing over the grill. With this breeze that's blowing and that little bit of air that's coming from that fan. Oh, it feels really good out here. There you go, Henry. Jesus loves his family. Let's follow him. We've got quite a few new people in here. Oh, there's Elite Kid back in Japan. Well, I'm glad you had a safe trip. Anthony says, anytime, Donna, I hate when people are mad because you got more than... People don't, they look at me, what I've got here, and it's not that much. I've got an old house that's many years old. I've got 3 lots. And it's a lot of work, a lot of maintenance on this house, but people get jealous. They see what I've got and they say, well, you're rich. Look at all you got. They don't stop to think I've worked all my life to get where I'm at. And I still haven't got where I wanted to be. I got out there and busted butt to make my money over the years to pay for what little bit I've always had. I just didn't sit down and give up and say, well, they got an $800,000 nice home over there. Mine is $100,000. So I'm going to sit down and I'm going to give up. I'm never one to do that. I don't care what the other person has. More power to them, but I'm fortunate to work and get what I've got, and I'm proud of it. It's not the most expensive house on the block, but hey, I'm proud of my place. I bought it. I worked and earned every dime that paid for it. I've got shade. I've got trees. Years later, after I bought this place, I put up a carport. I put these patio covers up because none of this stuff was here. I did it all myself. But yet people want to get jealous of you. If they ever stop to think if they worked all their life, they might have a little bit too, instead of sitting down feeling sorry for themselves and want people to give it to them. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't mean to get on the soapbox here. But I'm going to go ahead and take the camera inside. I'm going to turn the thing so I can kind of see where I'm going, what I'm showing you. I don't want to make y'all dizzy. Then I'll come back and get my tray of food and take it in the house. There we go. Nope. There. I wanted it flipped back over so you can see here. Let me go get my food. Now, don't that food look good, y'all? Get my door shut. Well, you know, I don't want to. I know what I'll do. I'll just take it off the skewers and put it right. That's my sausage. Those are my shrimp. Whew, still hot. My potatoes. And my onions. And this is my pork. Woo. That's gonna make 2 meals for me because I can't eat all this. And this is my tomatoes, y'all. My little tomatoes. Tomatoes wrapped in bacon. Hot, hot, hot. Whew. Man, that was hot. So I got three sausages, 3 pork, 4 tomatoes, the shrimp, and I've still got my asparagus. And the asparagus is cooked, but it's not burnt. I gotta sit down over here. I'm gonna bring the chat up on my computer so I can read the chat and not have to look right into the camera. Man, that is hot. But don't that look good, y'all? I mean, how's that for grilling everything you have that you're going to eat right on the grill? Don't look at my messy kitchen. Let's bring this over here. Lower it down some. Oh, let me see if I can bring it up. Oh, heck. I'm hitting the wrong stuff. Oh. I'm hot. I burnt my fingers on that corn. Oh, wow, we got a lot of new people. Jay Maltry. Hello, I don't think I've seen your name before. It's me, Ann is here. Arius Gladius is here. Tamara Ameling, Patty C. Terrence, Connie Hawkins, Jana Jacob. Uncle BB. You're right behind me, Uncle BB. First grill of the season. Well, I think this is my second one. But we got to try some of this. I'm dying to try these little tomatoes, but I know they are so hot. Y'all, that's a little tomato, Golden Jubilee cherry tomato wrapped in bacon. And if you wrap them right, the bacon shrinks, but it encloses the tomato inside. It doesn't come out. I don't like the way the camera is, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Yeah, I got my computer right here next to my plate. This is a lot of food, but I'm hungry. Y'all eat a tomato wrapped in bacon. And it's charred just the way I like it. I like it a little black looking. It's not burnt, but it's charred. And that gives it such a good taste. Mmm. Somebody get rid of Debo. And I gotta try one of my the pork wrapped in bacon. Don't that look good? Just enough char for that charbroil grill to make it taste really good. Mmm. Y'all, that's good. And it's got just enough, just a little bit of flavor of that barbecue sauce in the pork. Well, thank you, Mimi. Me miss? Me miss? But I had to sample some of it while you were still alive here. Yeah, that's just enough char to make it good. There's the onion. I know, rated RJ. It was terrible. It was just unbelievable what happened in the hill country. All those poor little girls drowning, never suspecting they were going to be flooded. You know, they were asleep in their tents. Could you imagine being woke up and you're in water in the dark? Oh my God, that had to be terrifying. And I forgot to say the blessing. Dear Lord, bless this food I'm eating, and bless all the YouTubers out there in YouTube land. Bless all the families, the loved ones in hill country that lost loved ones in the flood and still searching for loved ones there. Just lift them up. They're going through a terrible time right now. Amen. There's a potato, y'all. It's almost like a fried potato. That's good. Got to try me some asparagus. Y'all have a piece of asparagus there. That's really good. Cooked just right. I didn't overdo it at all. If you've never tried little cherry tomatoes wrapped in bacon, cooked on the grill, you need to try them. They are unbelievably good. Now I gotta have me a shrimp nestled in that charred bacon. But I know it's gonna be so good. This shrimp is so good. That shrimp is unreal when you cook it in that bacon wrapped around it until that bacon is just charred a little bit. It's real crispy. The flavor it gives that shrimp, oh my God. And now I gotta have a piece of sausage. There's my sausage, y'all. No, it's a charcoal grill. Charcoal gas grill. You saw the one in the video outside before I came in. I don't have a smoker. That's the only grill I got. And I do have another grill kind of like that one, but it's not stainless. It's just a black grill, but it's in the shed. Well, I'll tell you what, Carl. My sausage might look nasty, but it tastes really good. Yeah, it sounds like Anthony ordered him a good dinner. Oh, I'm used to that area. When I lived in North Carolina, we're right on the coast. We got fresh seafood all the time, especially when I lived on Oak Island. There was nothing but seafood everywhere. So in other words, Anthony, you don't need to get married. You need a cook. Yeah, I used to live on Oak Island before I came to Texas. Oak Island, North Carolina. It's about an hour's drive from my hometown. Gotta have me another shrimp. Yes, Jana. It's about 30 minutes from Wilmington. Wilmington is halfway between my hometown and Oak Island. Because when you drive from my hometown to go to Oak Island, you go right by the edge of Wilmington where the new bridge is, where the USS North Carolina is docked. And then you keep going, bypassing Wilmington, and go straight on down to the towards Southport and Oak Island, and it's just another 30-minute drive. I loved living on Oak Island. You've been in Florida all your life, Beth? And you got your house up for sale and you're moving. What's taking you to Kentucky? If you lived in Florida all your life, why are you switching and going to Kentucky now? I'm just curious. There's got to be something taking you to Kentucky. Those tomatoes, Yeah, but you said you're going to Kentucky. What's in Kentucky? She said most of her family's in Texas. I'm just curious. I mean, looks like you'd be going to Texas where your family's at. Y'all, I hate to sit here and eat in front of you, but I'm hungry. Terrence says he's been in Texas. Let's see. Well, I love living in North Carolina. I love living at Oak Island. And I didn't want to leave. But I ended up in Texas, and I've been here longer than I've lived anywhere in my whole life before. No, it's fine, Linda. Anthony, why are you mad? Why are you angry? Well, it's not all vegetables, English. Oh, I see. Well, that makes sense. Now, your daughter's moving to Kentucky because of her job, so you're going with her. That makes sense there. I've got pork wrapped in bacon. I've got shrimp wrapped in bacon. I've got tomatoes wrapped in bacon. I've got onions, potatoes, asparagus, and corn on the cob. So it's not all vegetables. And I got sausage. Sausage links right there. Oh, I see. David's in Appleton, Wisconsin. No, I've not heard of the world's fastest roller coaster. One thing I didn't try was my corn. Hmm. That's good too. It's finally cooled down enough that I can bite into it. This Kaya Dave's Adventures from Rome, Georgia. Welcome, Kaya. Kaya Dave's Adventures. What cost $65, Anthony? Or Jana? I missed all this when I got up. Oh, wow. Your home is listed at 1.5 million. Yeah, sometimes location means everything. You mean you ordered everything but your baked potato and steak? How did you forget that? I put butter and salt and pepper on it, wrapped it up in aluminum foil, and put it on the grill. Everything I'm eating, I cooked on the grill. That's what the video was all about. They forgot your baked potato. Oh my God. Well, I'd make them go back and get it. How can you have a steak dinner when you don't have the baked potato or the steak? I'm not anywhere close to East Tennessee. I'm in Texas. Well, Anthony, I'd be on the phone lickety split, and I'd tell them you'd appreciate it if they'd make double time and get your steak and your baked potato out delivered to you that they forgot to bring to you that you've already paid for. I'd gripe at them so much they'd probably refund my money and still bring my baked potato and steak. That's bad business right there. 3,400 square foot. Your house is 3 times the size of mine. Yeah, but when you order something, Anthony, and you pay for it, like a steak dinner, there's no excuse why they didn't bring you your steak and your baked potato. I'd be on the phone and they'd be bringing my baked potato and my steak. Well, hello, Edith. I haven't seen you in a couple of lives. Glad you came in. I am enjoying my dinner. I was starving. My last piece of sausage, y'all. Well, that's in my plate. I got another meal over there for tomorrow. There's nothing wrong with that, Uncle BB. If you're hungry for a broiled steak at 10 o'clock at night, you should be able to eat a broiled steak at 10 o'clock at night. But I have to admit, this is the first time I've ever tried the little tomatoes wrapped in bacon. And this is one right here I'm fixing to eat. They are so good. I was afraid that when you wrapped them with bacon and put them on the grill, by the time the tomato got hot, it would bust open and everything would just come out of it. But it doesn't do that. That bacon starts shrinking around it and just holds it together. And your whole tomato is right in that bacon when you go to eat it. So I'll definitely be wrapping more tomatoes with bacon. I don't know what you mean, Kay Foster. Says, hey, Mama, what about the meat grease? What about it? It burned up in the grill. Have you not been sleeping, Anthony? I slept pretty good for the last 2 nights. Yeah, but they're so good in this bacon, Tamara. I mean, I put them in salads. I put them in everything. But this is the first time that I actually wrapped them in bacon and put them on the grill. And oh my God, if you've never tried them wrapped like that, the little cherry tomatoes, you need to try them. They are so good. And just leave them cook on there till your bacon gets crispy. I like to left mine on there too long, but they're still good. Says, no, I have been asleep for a few days now. I only got an hour here and there. Oh, I know what that's like, Anthony. You feel like a walking zombie. I'm sure it is, Jana, but you can't beat these little. Mine were the Golden Jubilee cherry tomatoes that grow in my garden. I went out there and picked a small bowl full of them, and I wrapped them in a half a strip of bacon. Oh my God, they're so good. You will not believe how good those little tomatoes are wrapped in a strip of bacon. Really, Uncle BB, your name is Elmer? Well, there's nothing wrong with that. My asparagus, I was afraid some of it was going to be too tough, but I can cut it with a fork, so. You know about the mouse that goes with a computer? I don't know, Anthony. How far away is the restaurant? You got a new car? What kind of car did you get, Anthony? Well, they might have had to cook it first. You don't want them to deliver you a raw steak and potato. I love charbroiled food. I just hate that it puts black spots all over your teeth after you eat it. Mm. That was the pork with a little bit of barbecue sauce on it wrapped in bacon. It's really good. You got a 1934 Model A coupe. Oh, wow. That's a pretty old one. What car do I have, Joshua? I have a 2018 Nissan Sentra that I bought new in 2018. It was just fixing to go into the 2019. They had just come out with the 2019s, and I bought my car in December. But I got a good price on it because, you know, the new 2019s were already come out. And this was still a brand new car, a 2018 that I bought. So I got quite a discount off of it. I remember my dad having a Buick at one time. I don't remember what year it was, but it was one of the older ones. And then he had a white station wagon for a while. Wow, 40,000 for a 34 coupe. Oh, I got the hiccups. I've never owned a Toyota. There you go, Beth. The first car she ever had was a 1965 Mustang, candy apple red. That was a sporty car. First car I ever owned was a 1955 or 56 Chevrolet Bel Air. It looked like a brand new car. It had just been repainted, reupholstered, recarpeted, re-everything. And then my second car was a 1965 Chevrolet Impala convertible. It had a black canvas top, and the car itself was tan, and the inside was gold. It had gold interior. You want a 65 Mustang, Anthony? Is that what you're saying you want one so bad? When you got married, your husband traded it in on the pickup. Well, my first husband was always trading and buying cars. He was a car fanatic. And he always liked the souped up looking cars, the sports cars, the ones with the dual exhaust that just rumbled when you went down the highway, if you know what I'm talking about. And has a Lexus SUV. It's a sport. Now you drive a 2019 Ford Explorer. That just depends on the starters, Joshua. Some car starters last longer than the others. And you only replace them when they go out. They quit working. I know today they cost too much. I bought mine new in 2018, just when the 2019s were coming out. And I got a good deal on it. So I'm still driving it. And I've only got about, I don't even think I've got 24,000 miles on it yet. Because I've been waiting for it to turn over to 24,000 so I could get the oil change done. And it hasn't turned over to 24,000 miles yet. So it's still a brand new car. And you know, I didn't think I would like the Nissan Sentra, because I always thought I wanted a two-door car, sporty looking and all that. But I looked everywhere for 2 weeks. I mean, I had to work every day, so I didn't have much time to go look for a car. But I was about to give up. And finally, I went to Nissan. And I don't know why I didn't go to Nissan before then, because my son was driving a Nissan pickup, Titan, at that time. And I loved his truck. He said he loved it too. And it always gave him good service. He still owns that truck. He's got another new one, and he uses the older truck just to haul hay and stuff like that around, because he's got horses and cows and bulls and all this stuff, and chickens. He just uses that as kind of a work truck, but he still got it. So I said, well, maybe I can find a car of some kind. I even thought about getting a pickup, but oh my God, y'all, the pickups cost so much. I said, there's no way I'm going to pay $40,000 for a pickup. That's just way too much money for me anyway, for my income. And I went to Nissan, and one of the salesmen had been out in the parking lot, and he walked over to me and started talking to me. And he asked me what kind of car I was looking for, and I told him about what I had been driving, and it was involved in an accident. The other guy totaled my car, so I had to get another car. He said, well, we don't have a two-door, but the closest thing we got here in Nissan to what you've described is that little car right there at the door. Evidently, they had just taken it out, cleaned it up, and took it out on a test run for somebody. Well, so I decided, I said I really didn't want a four-door. But I agreed to go try it. I'd drive it, test drive it. But I tell you what, the minute I sat in that car, it just felt like it was mine. I just felt so comfortable in that car. I loved the way it looked inside. I loved the way the silver trim and everything was around it. It just looked classy. And I felt at home in that car. And I drove it up the street a couple of blocks and drove it back. And I said, well, I guess I found my car, because I feel at home in this car, like this car is mine. And I said, these other cars that I got in, I cringed. Like at the Toyota place, they brought some car out there for me to test drive. I got in it, I sat down. I would not even start. Yeah, I did start it up. I didn't like the way it sounded. I didn't like the way it looked. And I was like, ugh, get me out of this car. I would not even drive it. I said, I don't even want to test drive this thing. I've already decided I don't want it. But it just goes to show, you know, when you find something you like and you're going to be comfortable with, you know right away. You don't have to drive it down the street. You don't have to sit in it 3 or 4 hours to decide you like the car. The minute I got in this car, I felt at home. I felt like, yeah, this is it. This is my car. It fit me and I fit it. So I bought it and I'm driving it. And I'm really glad I did, because with my back and neck injury, actually the seat, the driver's seat, is more comfortable for my back injury and my neck injury than my older car was, my 2000 Cavalier. The 2000 Cavalier is more like a sports car. It sits real low. Kind of like getting in and out of a Corvette. It's real low to the ground. And, you know, it bothered my back to get in it and go anywhere sometimes. So, and this car, it doesn't bother me. Y'all, I've eaten everything except my ear of corn. I'll eat my corn later. But yeah, I said, it's funny how you just know when you buy something that it's your car, you know? And I really didn't mean to get that up that close, but I was thinking I might have to plug it in. And I've got my cord over here to plug it in, because I don't want the battery to die. There. Now maybe the battery won't go dead in my camera. You been in a race car before, Joshua? How neat. I have too. What kind of race car did you get in, Joshua? No, my car is not a four-wheel drive. It's just a front-wheel drive. But once I started driving cars with front-wheel drive, I don't ever want to go back to a rear-wheel drive car again. Because, like, if you're on ice or slippery highways, the front-wheel drive handles a lot better. It hugs the road a lot better, too. Well, I'm gonna keep looking away from y'all, so I'm just going to look at the camera. Y'all will just have to overlook my eyes. They're still swollen. I don't know what to do about it. I really don't. I've tried a lot of stuff. Nothing works. So I'm just stuck with swollen eyes, I guess. You know, I was thinking, I just happened to see my dehydrator behind me. I was thinking the other day I need to really dehydrate some basil. I've got 3 plants of basil out there just covered in leaves, so I need to dehydrate some of it. Well, yeah, of course, blind people can't drive, but you can ride in a car. You can have someone else drive for you. Well, looks like we got another troll in the house. Booty eater. Somebody needs to boot your butt out of here. He gone. He gone. I ran out of cat food. I had 1 can of cat food this morning. So when I ran over to Dollar General to pick up a package of bacon to make sure I didn't run out of bacon for my cookout today, I picked up almost 4 or 5 cans of cat food. And I said that'll do them till I get that case that's coming Tuesday. Because I checked with Walmart and I checked with Amazon, and you had to order them from either place. So I just went ahead and ordered it from Amazon, where I got free shipping. So it'll be here Tuesday. The little bit cooler temperature, I think, has helped these cats quite a bit because they have more of an appetite. Oh, they stay hungry all the time now. When it's real hot, they don't have much of an appetite to eat a lot. I mean, they eat when they're hungry, but right now, since it's a little bit cooler temperatures, they're hungry all the time. And to tell you how much cooler it is here, it's 84 degrees right now. And it's at 5:14 p.m. So it was probably only 85 or 86 earlier when I was out there cooking. So it makes a big difference, My garden is growing like crazy. I'm going to be pretty soon picking some eggplant, because I've got like 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got at least 7 or 8 eggplant that are almost getting big enough to pick. I don't want to get them too big, but I got black beauties and I got that one Casper white eggplant. And I don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. I haven't decided on what recipe. And of course, I can't cook them all at one time. 74 of where Beth is with storms. Well, we must have had like a thunderstorm or something that went around us, because like I said, first thing this morning I could hear raindrops hitting the house, and you could hear it outside, but it never did rain real hard. And then I figured it would be rainy today because it's been overcast most of the day, but it hasn't rained anymore. It sprinkled that little bit this morning real early, and then it hasn't rained again. But it's cooler. That's a good thing. I mean, 84 degrees is not a bad temperature, y'all. I mean, I could live with 84 degrees. And see, I don't have that many hot peppers. I mean, I've got hot peppers, the Hungarian hot wax peppers. I've got 3 or 4 plants of those. They came up voluntarily. But my jalapenos didn't do anything. So I'm not going to be fixing much cowboy candy this year unless I buy jalapenos. But my bell peppers are making up for it. I have got so many bell pepper plants. I mean, I've got red bell pepper, gold bell pepper, yellow, green bell pepper. I got 4 colors of bell peppers, and I've got lots of pepper plants. And I got several of them out on the patio right now that are covered in peppers. I think I showed those in the last garden update that I did. I showed you the peppers on the plant right here on my patio. Ken said it's 91 degrees where he's at today. Well, we've had a cooler summer. I mean, usually by July and August, it's 105 degree temperatures. We haven't had those kind of temperatures this summer. It hasn't been dry as it has been in the past. I mean, 83 to 83% humidity. That's unheard of for Texas. Ken's in North Carolina, yeah. Well, usually though, 91 and 92 degrees in North Carolina with the humidity, it feels like it could be 105. I know, I'm from North Carolina. And usually it's a heat wave if it hits 95 degrees. Because it don't get as hot in North Carolina as it does in Texas. But you don't notice the heat as bad in Texas as you do back home because of the humidity, I think. Yeah, I love the cool break too. That's one reason I didn't mind getting out there grilling a little bit today. It was a little cooler, at least 10 degrees cooler than it has been being. That reminds me too, I got to bring that fan in. I left the fan out there going. Yeah, I know Disneyland, all those theme parks and everything, they grow bigger every day. 83 in Minneapolis. That's where Ada's at. Did you ever get your steak and baked potato, Anthony? By saying you give up, I don't know if you ever got it or not. Did they just completely forget to bring you anything this time? No, you're still waiting? Well, it better be good. You ought to call them and tell them since they forgot it the first time and they're taking so long the second time to bring it that it should be free. And I wouldn't bite my tongue about it. Oh, wow, Beth. 4 hampers of peas, 2 hampers of butter beans, squash, and pickles. Yeah, see, I didn't have that much. I mean, I've had a lot of tomatoes coming in, but, you know, they haven't even totaled a bushel of tomatoes, but I have made pasta sauce that I've canned. I've canned just plain tomatoes rather than lose them or give them away. Because I worked hard in my garden to grow what little bit I got growing out there. You going to call right now? Be right back. Yeah, I'd tell them as long as they're taking to get it and they didn't even bring it the first time, they ought to just reimburse you the money and give it to you free. Look like you're not going to get it the second time either. You bought it from a farmer. Oh, okay. Well, see, I don't have anybody to get that kind of stuff from here. People here are lucky if they get it to grow in their garden, much less a farm. Now, there's farmers markets like over in Weatherford. They have like First Monday sale, if they still have it. They used to have it. And they had one section that was nothing but farm produce. I mean, watermelons, cantaloupes, peas, cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes. Anything that could be grown in the garden was sold at that market. But I haven't been to that market in years, and I'm sure it still goes on, but I haven't been over there in many, many years. We have one something similar to that here, like over in Acton. They have it sometimes like on Saturday or once a month, but I never know when they're going to be there, so I never have been there to buy anything. And I don't subscribe to the newspaper anymore, so, and most of the time they didn't even put it in the newspaper, so people didn't know they had the market going. You had to go 30 miles away to the farm to get it. Oh, wow. You have a big box of tomatoes coming Tuesday. Wow. You're going to be busy. I mean, it's a lot of, I mean, it's fortunate that you can get all that fresh produce to can or freeze, but it's a lot of work. No, I've never seen Disneyland Castle projections, Anthony. No, I mean Joshua. Anthony said, they're giving me a refund and they said they sent it to the wrong person the second time. Oh my God. So you're not going to get your food at all? Well, they need to do more than give you a refund. They need to give you a free meal for all that aggravation. And I wouldn't bite my tongue in telling them. That is ridiculous. You're going to DoorDash something else you're tired of waiting. Well, can't you DoorDash a baked potato and steak or something? I mean, or is it there only certain restaurants that they go to? Cadle Ho Bass Boy, opened my eyes and I saw an angel. There was you. I can't believe that. They actually sent your food the second time to someone else. Or did they let that person keep the food? I'd tell them. I said, you need to give me a refund and you need to bring my food to me. Or I'll never do business with you again. I'd give them so much grief they'd be at my door begging me to take a free steak dinner. At least Dylan and his girlfriend got their food, but I just order me some tacos and something. I would never order from. Yeah, I wouldn't order from that place again either, and I would have told them so. They screw up a steak dinner order that bad. They don't need to have customers. Well, they should have made good for your meal. They should have refunded your money, and then to stay in good grace of their customers, they should have sent you your food order as well. But since they didn't, I agree with you, Anthony. I would never do business with that place again. Yeah, so they gave somebody else your steak and they're just going to refund your money. But they get the free steak and the free baked potato that you should have got. No, I would not let it go at that. I said, y'all need to send me my steak dinner and refund my money. You gave my food to someone else. That is crazy. You're much nicer than I would have been, Anthony. I'd have been all over them people. I'd have been telling them off up and down. And I would also tell them that I would not recommend them for anything to anybody again if they didn't refund my money and send me free food. Especially after them giving your food to someone else and they got it free. You know, that's not right. Oh. Well, I'm glad I cooked my dinner out on my grill at my house myself, so there was no mix up in the order. My food didn't go to someone else that shouldn't have gotten it, and I didn't pay extra for it. That is so ridiculous. Oh my God. They should have done that to my ex-husband, Anthony. They'd have been ready to give him the whole freaking restaurant, not just a free meal. Because he's the type of person that he would have called, got him on the phone, cussed him out for one, because he'd already paid for his steak and baked potato and he didn't get it with his order. And then he ordered it again. And then they sent it to the wrong person. No. I guarantee you, my ex-husband would have got his money refunded, and he probably would have got several free steak dinners out of that situation before he got through with them people. Because he's just that kind of person. He would never let anything like that slide. They'd have to make it good to him. I'm thinking about going there and acting like a fool, but then I did, then I'd have to have Dylan come to get my car because I'd probably go to jail because I would probably slap one of them. Oh my goodness. Well, my ex, he's the kind of person that he'd go through the McDonald's drive-thru sometimes and get burgers and things for the kids, take a look in the bag, and then he'd swing back around, go back through, and he'd swear that the order was wrong, and he'd tell them off and argue with them and all kind of stuff. And they'd end up giving him free food. I mean, sometimes the order may have been wrong, don't get me wrong. He wasn't doing that just to be ornery. But he never did let anything like that go. He would argue with them. Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, he'd argue with them till they just about give him anything in the restaurant that he wanted to make it good. I broke down and got me a Diet Pepsi today, y'all. Or no, Diet Coke. When I went to the store to get the bacon and a couple of cans of cat food, I had to get me one Coca-Cola. But I got the smaller bottle. I didn't get the 2-liter bottle. I got the smaller one. This is only 1 quart. One and 1.25 liters. So it was only a little over a liter, not a big 2-liter bottle like I get most of the time. Because I said that Coke would come in good for me being out there grilling out. Maybe I need to take my car up there and drive through the building and show him how to fix something. No, I think you need to stay home, Anthony. Arguing and telling them off over the phone is one thing, but driving your car through the building or getting in an argument with them in their face to face and then maybe wanting to strangle one of them might not be such a good idea. He said, I need a drink. Oh my goodness, you poor thing. Poor thing. That would not have made me happy either, though. If they'd have messed up my order, they'd come to my house and delivered part of my order, and my main items weren't there, my steak and my baked potato. And then when you called them and they were supposed to resend it, they sent it to someone else. They just forgot the first time, and then the second time they sent it to somewhere else. That's bad business right there. I don't think I'd order anything from them ever again. There's Neckbone McGrizzle. Hello, Neckbone. How are you doing? Oh, I'm stuffed, y'all, but my belly feels better because at least it's got food in it now. It wouldn't be the first time you drove through a building. Oh my God. Anthony, when did you drive through a building before? Something like that, Joshua. Because this is the 13th. Yeah, I grew watermelon last year, and I ended up with 2 good-sized watermelons. and I did carvings with them. I got videos from last summer where I did a sailboat with one watermelon, and then I did like a fruit basket with the other watermelon. And I've got a watermelon here now that I'm going to carve and do in a video. I'll probably do that after I end this live because I need to get the thing cut. And I need to do a video for tomorrow, so that might be the one I do. Well, they have one here in Granbury, Joshua. I mean, I don't know that all the towns do it, but Granbury does. It's the Friday. It's the Friday right after Thanksgiving. Let me get me a cough drop. That first Friday after Thanksgiving. They have the Parade of Lights, which is the Christmas parade. And it's done at dark, so the lights show up real well. And that also welcomes Santa and Mrs. Claus to Granbury. But I don't know that other towns do that. It might be just Granbury that does it. Well, if you want to do a lookup on it on the internet, Joshua, look up Parade of Lights for Granbury, Texas. Because Granbury does have their own channel, TV channel, and they show that parade on that channel. They show the 4th of July parade on that channel as well. That's true, Anthony. They're in a way they cheated you. They gave your steak to someone else, and they got it for free. You paid for it, and you didn't get it. They did refund your money, but still, you're out of your dinner. You know, they should have made it good. They should have refunded your money, plus brought you a new steak and baked potato as well. That's only good business. Cranberries, not cranberries, it's Granbury. 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 Yeah, you hear a lot of stuff, Joshua. That's what I mean. You can look it up, and you'll hear the announcements. You know, they describe each float, and there's usually music playing and stuff like that. If my tacos don't show up, I'll be going out and acting a fool. Well, to be sure, your tacos will make it. Oh my God. Maybe that restaurant was just awfully busy on a Sunday evening, and that's why they got everything all screwed up. But they keep making mistakes like that, doing their customers that way, and they're going to lose a lot of business. They definitely lose me as a customer. Yeah, I'm not as nice as you are, Anthony. They would definitely have refunded my money, plus they would have sent me another steak and a baked potato. Joshua, oh, Ann says I can't wait for Christmas to come. Oh, I'm never with him from them again. I don't care how much Dylan cries and begs because his girlfriend wants it. I don't care. I'm not ordering from him again. He wants him, he can order it, and his money. There you go. Yeah, I guess you could say I'm a hillbilly. I'm from North Carolina. I'm a country person. I have a country accent. A lot of people think you're ignorant because you talk country, but I tell you what, I'm just as educated as you or anybody else. And if you think I'm ignorant for the way I sound, you're the one that's ignorant. Well, did he have a licensed driver to go with him, Anthony? Maybe that's why he didn't want to go, because he knows he needs a licensed driver in the car with him. Well, you know what? We've been on here for almost 3 hours. I think we need to wrap this live up. Yeah, I wouldn't get too mad at him, Anthony, for not wanting to go, because, unless he had a licensed driver with him, he probably didn't want to go because he didn't want to get in trouble for driving with his learner's permit and not having a licensed driver with him. Exactly, Anthony. You don't know what you'll ever do without your son when he goes off to college. Oh, he's got his license now. Well, that's different. After all him, taking the car when he was not supposed to and all that, you think he would have jumped at the chance to drive it anywhere, even to go pick up food. He got his license 2 Fridays ago. I forgot that his birthday was right around the corner. I'm wondering why he didn't want to go get it then. Why he didn't want to go pick the food up. His little girlfriend could have went with him. Yeah, he wants one of my special colors as a Christmas present. I'm so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. Because his girlfriend is here and she has been here for a few days now, and he wants one of the special cars for Christmas presents, but I'm not sure I want to give it to him. Well, I'm like you, Anthony. I would not be sure that I'd want to give it to him either if he didn't want him to go pick up our dinner. Black Doe Rag Brother was hidden by Tamara. Boy, he must have been a really mean troll. Well, y'all, like I said, we've been on here for almost 3 hours. I guess I need to let y'all go, let you, take care of business the rest of the Sunday. Do what you got to do. I need to do some laundry. It's not about the dinner. It's he's rough. The BMW M3 that he's driving already needs. Oh no. Well, he's got to be respectful to his cars, or he don't deserve one. Yeah, I mean, just because you give it to him, it's free to him. He didn't have to work and earn to pay for that car. Doesn't mean he should abuse it. And I don't blame you, Anthony. I'd be ready to take the car away from him. I wouldn't be ready to give him a special car for Christmas if he doesn't know how to take care of the automobile that you gave him already. Wow, $130,000 for that car. I can pay it completely off so he won't have to worry about it. And now he wants me to pay for the brakes. No, I would not do it. You gave him the car. The maintenance on the car is up to him. And I would stick with it, Anthony. Make him do the repairs. Make him do whatever it costs to keep that car running. The gas, the oil, the tires, you name it. It's his car. Let him maintain it himself. Teach him a little bit of responsibility. That's the problem with parents giving kids too much. They take it for granted. They abuse it because they didn't have to work for it. And I know you love your son, but sometimes you can love them more by not giving them so much, if you understand what I'm saying. They'll learn to respect you more. They'll learn to appreciate what they've got more if they have to get out there and sweat a little bit and work and earn it themselves. And I'm sure probably everybody in this live would agree with me. It says, I'm not going to pay for the brakes. I told him he doesn't even let me drive it whenever mine's down. I have to take one of the special cars, so I'm not I don't blame you. I wouldn't pay for it. You gave him his car, that car, as a present. He didn't have to earn and pay for that car. The least he could do is think enough of that automobile to maintain it himself. If he needs to replace tires, make him pay for your tires. If he needs the brake, make him pay for the brake job. Make him pay for anything that car needs from here on in. Let him know it's not a free for all. You know? A lot of people this world that would love to live the way he does and doesn't have to worry about anything but bills are paid. You got that right. He's never had to wait for anything growing up. He's always had everything handed to him, and maybe that's exactly where you went wrong. You gave him everything, and now he expects it. He doesn't expect to have to take responsibility himself. But make him take responsibility. You gave him the car. He didn't pay for the car. Make him maintain the car himself. make him pay for every bit of maintenance, every oil change, every replacement of tires, whatever that car needs, he pays for. I would not even pay for the insurance on that car. I'd make him pay for it. He's the driver. He got a free car. At least he could pay for insurance license every year and maintain his vehicle. Yeah, there's such a thing as giving a child too much. You give them too much, they expect it. They don't value what you gave them. They don't see the value in it because they didn't have to earn the dollars that paid for it. And it's bad to say that, but sometimes you got to stand your ground when it comes to your kids, you know? I mean, my family growing up, I guess you could consider us poor. I mean, we weren't rich people. There was Christmases, we didn't even have decorations for a tree. We'd make popcorn strands and make little different decorations the best way we could to put on a Christmas tree. We'd go out in the woods and cut a tree. Most of the time we got very little in presents because we knew our parents didn't have the money. I wanted a doll baby for so many years, and then all of a sudden, one Christmas, I got up and went in the living room, and under the tree, I had I don't know, I guess she was about 1.5 feet tall. She seemed big to me, but I guess because I was small. She was one of those walking dolls, as they call it. Well, I thought I died and went to heaven. I got a doll. I got one of those new walking dolls, you know? I mean, that's all I got for Christmas, but that was the world to me. It sure wasn't no BMW. And I know you love your kids, but sometimes you can love them too much. I mean, I loved my kids and I tried to give them whatever I could within reason, but I didn't have the income, you know, that I could afford a BMW. I bought my daughter a used Mustang for her first car, and I kept the insurance and license and everything on it as long as she drove it and she was living here. And then when she moved out with Scott, her first husband, and they moved to Arlington, she wanted to take the car. But I told her no for actually 2 reasons. The car title was in my name. The insurance was in my name. And I didn't trust her enough, really, to take the car to another city and me be responsible for the insurance and everything on that car. Because if it was in a wreck or caused a wreck or anything like that, it would come back to me. And I told her no. I said it was her car as long as she lived at home. But if she was leaving, then the car was going to stay here unless they wanted to buy it. She didn't want to buy it, so I kept the car. But you know, you have to think of yourself too. When you put the insurance and everything in your name, the car is in your name, anything down the road that happens with that car involved in it comes straight back to you because you're the owner. You're on the insurance. It comes straight back to you. You're 100% responsible for that vehicle and what it's involved in. I mean, if I could assign the insurance and everything over to her, put the title in her name, and then she was solely responsible for whatever took place with that car, it would have been different, but it wasn't like that. Jeannie said, when I was little, the only thing I wanted was a doll. I was always looked forward to that and was happy even when that was the only thing I got. I know, getting that one doll for Christmas that year, that was, I mean, you could have given me $1 million. I mean, I was happy as could be. And then the year that all of us got bicycles, my brothers and I, all of us got bicycles that year. Oh my God. We all wanted bicycles. We'd been wanting them for a long time, but you know, our parents couldn't afford to buy 4 or 5 bicycles at one time. I mean, that was a lot of money. And let's see, I think there was three of my brothers at that time. The other 2 hadn't been born yet. And then me. We woke up one Christmas morning and we went in the living room and there was the bicycles. Mine was a blue girl's bicycle. My brothers, 3 of them, had red boys' bicycles. Oh my God, we thought we died and went to heaven. We all got bicycles that year. That was unheard of, you know? But it was short-lived. We only had them about a year and they met with an accident. Basically destroyed all 4 of them. But, you know, that's neither here nor there. We appreciated them while we had them. We enjoyed them while we had them. And we considered ourselves real lucky that they were at the tree on Christmas morning. Oh, your tacos are finally there, Anthony. Well, good. Yeah, even for a used bicycle that you were thankful back, you know, years ago. And to get 4 brand new bicycles sitting at the tree on Christmas morning, oh my God. That was just totally unreal. I wanted to ride my bicycle everywhere I went. To show you how much I wanted to ride it, that summer when we work in the fields, usually they'd come around in pickups and pick up all the kids that wanted to work in the field to make money. Because we'd work in the summer in the fields to make money to buy shoes and school clothes for that next school year or other stuff that we wanted. And I'd tell them, no, I'm going to ride my bike up there. I'd go truck it up there behind the truck on my bike. And the same in the evening. They said, well, you're tired. Let's throw the bicycle up in the pickup and you can, you know, ride home. No, I'll ride my bike home. I enjoyed riding my bicycle. And of course it wasn't that far. It was only a couple of miles, but still, that just showed you I'd rather ride my bicycle than ride in the truck. Because everybody piled up in the back of the pickup back then, and that's how you got back and forth to the fields to go to work. Oh no, that's a big step, Anthony. Marriage to that girl. He needs to wait a couple of years before he starts talking about marriage. He's got everything handed to him so far. He needs to stop and think about what is he going to do for a living if he's married. Where is he going to get a job to make enough money to support him and his girlfriend or his wife? You know, all that's not going to be handed to him. He can't live at home after he gets married. That would not be right. He can't live off of you, Anthony, after he's married. He's got to take responsibility for his own life and his family once he's married. Things will change, and I don't think it's going to change for what he's going to like. He'll probably still expect you to support him, let him stay in your house, feed him, feed his girlfriend or his wife, supply his car for him, and be his benefactor. And usually it doesn't work that way. If he marries her, I'm not taking care of him. There you go. You don't like her? What is the problem with the girl? What's the reason you don't like her? Is there any particular reason? You think she's a gold digger or what? Yeah, I'm interested to see. What is it about her you don't like, Anthony? And I'm assuming he's probably reading every bit of these comments. And he hears me, because usually he's listening in on the lives. I know he has in the past. The truth is, she is a gold digger because she's never happy unless I give him $3,000 or $4,000 at a time, and I don't want him to be with somebody. Yeah, you got that right, Anthony. That's the wrong type of person. She's with him for the money. It sounds like she's with him for the money and the good times. When the going gets rough and there's no money, she's going to be gone. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people like that in this world, you know? I mean, but he says, I don't know what I am talking about. Well, yeah. Cut out the money for a while, Anthony, and see what happens. Stop giving him thousands of dollars every week or so. Cut off his spend money. Cut off his good times with his girlfriend. See how long she sticks around. Because we took her out on vacation when we went to the Grand Canyon, and he had to stop and buy her expensive jewelry and bags, and I would have told him I had enough. Oh, yeah. Much worse than a gold digger, she's a thief. But it's nearly the same thing. You got that right, Roger Chambers, the real Roger. You hit that nail right on the head. Yeah, just don't be as generous with them from now on. Don't just hand over thousands of dollars to your son to splurge on her. And see how long she sticks around. When there's no money there to get, see if she's still there. I mean, who the hell buys a Louis Vuitton 1500? I don't even know what that is. Well, a lot of those name brand purses and things cost thousands of dollars. And she don't need it. Take my word for it. She don't need it. You're paying for the brand name. You're not paying basically for the item. The item is usually not worth that much, but you're paying for the name. And she needs to wise up and learn that. I learned that a long time ago. My Levi jeans wear just as well as these Gloria Vanderbilts or Chick, or what are some of those big high dollar name brand jeans you can spend hundreds of dollars on. They don't wear a bit better than the cheaper ones. You're paying for the name that you're walking around showing on your booty. I mean, she walks around with fancy jewelry on and Gucci bags, and he tells everybody she bought them, but to be honest, I've already figured out that, so I told him what he was getting for an allowance, and she wasn't very happy, but that's how life goes, and she wasn't very happy. I'm known in my town to be the queen. I don't ask respect, I expect it. My home is the largest on the street. I have a K on the gate. I am very, very important. Well, good for you, Karen. It must be nice to be known as the queen in your town. And I'm sure your home is a very nice home, but I'll guarantee you, just because you're the largest home on the street doesn't make you any better than anybody else that lives there. people bow to you, and you should too. I'll never bow to you, Karen, just because you think I should. I can't believe somebody'd even come in my life demanding that kind of respect that I would bow to them. Honey, get a grip on life. She sounds like a Karen. She's the biggest house on the street, and she expects respect. Well, hey, the biggest house on the street doesn't demand you respect that person. It just means that her house is a little bigger than yours. She's got more room in that big house to spread her ignorance in. And we shouldn't get on that subject either. I'll be stepping on people's toes left and right if I do. She's the kind of person that I'm surprised would even come into my life. My whole house, my property is only worth about $100,000, and I do have property in North Carolina. It's only worth about $50,000. But from what she's saying, her one house is worth more than anything I've got. So it doesn't look like she'd waste her time coming into my life. My life would be beneath her. But, you know, like I said, she's just got a bigger house to spread her ignorance in. She should help a vet that kept her free to do that. Yeah. Anthony, you told your son that Dylan, he was only going to get $200. Is that $200 for allowance? He wasn't getting any more than that. So let's see how long that lasts. Well, if that's $200, I don't know if that's $200 a week or a month. Probably a week with you. That's a lot of money. People work every day to make that kind of money, and that's not an allowance to them. That's what they live on every week. If you giving him $200 a week, he's very fortunate. Yeah, a week. Yes, I do, Joshua. When I Wish Upon a Star is a really pretty song. Yeah, $200 a week is a lot of an allowance for an 18-year-old kid. Dr. Soda said, Jesus is the Son of God. He died on the cross for our sins and was resurrected 3 days later. Believe in Jesus and you will not die but have everlasting life. Amen to that, Dr. Soda. I keep looking over here because I can read it better on that screen than I can up here. Janine said, don't let them rile you. No, they're not going to rile me. I've already said my piece. I won't say no more. Yeah, I don't blame you. He needs to earn that allowance. He needs to do chores, and if he doesn't do it, then he doesn't get it because he's going to figure out what she's here for when I figure out how to show him. There you go, Anthony. I agree with you 100%. When I was a kid growing up, I remember when we got like $1.25 allowance each week. We thought that was a lot of money as little kids, you know. And back then it was a lot of money. I mean, for $1.25, you could go to see a movie on Saturday. You could buy your drink and popcorn and probably still have some change left over. Because I think it only cost 25 cents to get into the movie for the kids on a Saturday morning. Can't get into a movie for that anymore. But we had to do things around the house, you know, wash dishes or clean our bedrooms and do different things to earn that $1.25 Janine said it's probably a lie anyway. Yeah, she probably doesn't have that big a house. Janine said I didn't get allowance. Well, we didn't get allowance all the time, but I do remember when we lived in New York and I was little, we did get an allowance every week then. But, you know, I guess my parents had enough money coming in at that time that they could give us an allowance. Then later when we moved to North Carolina, we didn't have that much money coming in when we moved into the house that my dad built. And we didn't get an allowance anymore. But we never seemed to mind. We still had a good time. We didn't get to go to the movies on every Saturday because the movies there was so far away we couldn't just walk a couple of blocks down the street and go to the movies like we did when we lived in New York. Probably the closest walk-in theater was in Wilmington from my hometown, and it was about a 30-minute drive to Wilmington. And us as little kids couldn't drive anywhere, so we weren't going. We lived in New York. I went with my two older brothers to see the movie, and we walked down the street by ourselves. Just me and my two older brothers. And my mom was home, you know, cleaning, doing laundry, doing whatever. And we would go have a good time at the movie and drink Coke and eat popcorn and then go home. And now he's mad because I took the keys because he wanted to go somewhere else. Well, I wanted dinner, but I didn't get it, so he can't go. I don't blame you, Anthony. He could have at least driven to pick up your dinner. And look what happened. You didn't get your dinner that you ordered. You had to order something else from some other place. I mean, he needs to realize, you know, when you get things handed to you, it's free to you. You don't have to earn it to pay for it. But then in return, they should do things for you, you know, as a favor for being nice enough to give them the car to begin with. You know, that kind of thing works both ways with parents and children. It goes both ways. Parents are good to their kids. They give them things. Children should be good to their parents and offer to do things for their parents in return. And I don't think I'm wrong for saying that. They shouldn't mind taking the garbage out or washing dishes or cleaning their bedroom or, you know, helping with laundry or anything like that. Yeah, because the place we ordered dinner from was literally 1 minute away. Wow. I don't think YouTube is going anywhere, Robert. What makes you think YouTube is leaving? There's a song called Start a Wave. No, I haven't heard it. What about YouTube leaving? I haven't heard anything about YouTube going anywhere. Oh, that's another issue. And he thinks I'm in the wrong because I told him she should not be driving his car because she's not covered on the insurance. But of course, I'm always wrong. Well, no, you're right, Anthony. And I'd be insistent on that, or he'd be parking the car. Because if she takes that car out, gets in a car wreck, gets hurt, she has nothing to cover herself. She has nothing to cover that accident with, because she's not an insured driver on that car. And that's a big difference right there. That means a lot. Well, that sounds good, Joshua. I don't blame you, Anthony. I'd stand firm on it. Because you can't afford for an unlicensed driver to be driving the car, running the risk of getting involved in an accident where they're held responsible. Therefore, it all comes back to you because you're the owner of the car. You're the one that was insured, not the driver. So you're the one that's going to get in trouble. She'll get it because she may get a ticket because she was driving without insurance on herself. The car was insured, but she wasn't. Or she may get a ticket because of if she was the cause of the accident. But you never know, how things like that are going to turn out. So I don't blame you. Yeah. I mean, she, on the other hand, too, like him, he's had things given to him probably all of his life. I know so. And he doesn't value what he's got. She sounds like the type of person that whims and whines and smiles at you and loves up on you a little bit to get everything she wants given to her, money-wise. And she doesn't appreciate it either. So I don't blame you a bit, Anthony. I'd stand my ground. If I ever saw her behind the wheel or getting out of the driver's side, the car would be grounded. She could furnish transportation. Let her furnish transportation for a while. Yeah, this has turned in from a cooking, grilling out show to an educational child development program here. Well, you hear about these rich men all the time wanting to meet someone that they could love and would love them and not for their money. So what do? They go out and pretend to be a poor person. They dress in normal clothing that moderate people or poor people would wear. They don't appear rich. They don't dress rich. They don't drive around in a rich car. And they may even lie about what they do for a living so the person that they meet doesn't want them because of their job or their money. And then they tell them who they are after they know that person really genuinely loves them. And then they say, well, hey, by the way, you love me, so now I can tell you I've got all this money, and I've got this position with this company, or I own the company. And they know that person is with them because of true love, not because they knew they had all that to begin with. Because to me, I've worked hard for my money, for my children, so I don't need money to be happy. Anthony, she's not letting you hit. I don't know, but we really got to get off of here. We've been on here for 3 hours and 16 minutes, y'all. I mean, I'm still enjoying it. I enjoy the chat. Yeah, it's the people that work hard all their life for their money, Anthony. And if they hit it big, more power to them. If they ended up with this great paying job that puts them in a really nice home, like I'm sure you have, gives you the income that you can collect cars like you do, more power to them. You worked for it. You earned to be there. It wasn't just handed to you. But then when their children come along and everything is given to them, they don't know the value of the dollar. They don't know the value of what you had to earn and work for. Because everything was given to them. It's too easy. They just take it for granted. That's what I told him. I had busted since I was 16 years old trying to make a living because I'm not one that wanted to live off of my father's money. Well, I'm like that too, Anthony. I never went to my family because I didn't have money to pay a bill or whatever. I didn't try to live off my family. I was an independent person. My parents raised me to be an independent person. And when I was out on my own, I worked, I paid my own bills. I didn't sign up for welfare checks or food stamps or any of this other stuff going around. I worked for everything I earned. And if I didn't have enough to buy a bunch of groceries one week, guess what? I ate less that week, but I made it through. I ate a little cheaper, but I made it through. I still make it through. I don't live in the biggest, fanciest house. It's not the newest house on the block. But guess what? I breathe, I eat, and I sleep just like everybody else around here. And I know in my heart I've got a clear conscience. I've worked, I've earned for everything I've got. I've paid for everything I've got. I've worked dearly for it. Just like you said, I have worked my butt off in cases to keep what I've got. And I don't let anyone try to take it away from me. And I think I've proven that so far. I mean, there's people around me that have big fancy homes. They probably look down on me because they think I'm beneath them. Guess what? I'm not beneath them. I'm probably higher up than they are. They just don't have sense enough to know it. I come from a good family. I didn't come from the slums. I didn't live from families living off the street. My dad was in the Navy for about 13 years. I've got aunts and uncles. My grandfather was in the Army. My one grandfather was not only in the Army, but when he got out, he became a police officer for New York City. He ended up being a lieutenant detective with them. He was also a firefighter. I've got one aunt that was married to a chief of police back home in North Carolina when he was alive. He's not with us any longer. So yeah, I don't come from rugrat family. I don't come from I talk Southern. I sound ignorant. So what? I'm educated. I've got a college education. I don't care whether you like the way I sound or not. You can call it anything you want. There's people that speak with heavy accents, like people from England, Australia, Chinese have heavy accents. Japanese people do. They don't say they're ignorant. They say people from England, because of the way they pronounce everything, they sound intelligent. Well, that doesn't mean they are intelligent. They could be stupider. I mean, they could be dumber than the dumbest dumb out there, but they sound good. Yada da. But I sound like a Yankee when we lived in New York. And I was teased about that because I was a Yankee. I was a Yankee. So I tried hard to lose my Yankee accent from New York City and started talking more Southern. And then part of the time I got teased because I'm Southern. Or I would get jobs and people would think you're ignorant because you sound Southern. And that is so misguided. Just because you have a Southern accent does not by any means mean you're ignorant or you're dumb or you're not educated. Yeah, I've got a college degree, and it was in computer science, programming, in fact. A subject that most people would not even venture into because it is complicated. It's a lot of math. It's a lot of technical stuff. It's a lot of computer time. And most people don't have the patience for computer work. But that's what I went into. That was my major and general business was my minor, and I got degrees in both. I know I'm not the most educated person in the world, but I'm not the dumbest, and I'm not that ignorant Southerner because I have a Southern accent. In fact, I purposely sound Southern more times than not because I am proud at this point because I've heard so many comments about Southern people. At this point, I'm proud of it. I'm proud of every Southern accent word that I put out of my mouth. Well, they not only say it to me, Joshua, but they say it to a lot of people. A lot of people, they've just taken the notion that if you sound Southern, you have a Southern accent, you're dumb. You're uneducated. And that is so far from the truth. I remember when I was younger in New York City going to school, I was put through etiquette classes. How many people in regular schools are put through etiquette classes? Basically none. They taught us table etiquette, the right and wrong way to do everything, especially if you're in a real fancy, functional gathering, what not to do at your dinner table. How many can say that they were educated in that kind of stuff? I may not use a lot of it, but I was certainly educated in it. And yeah, I'm one of these people, if I go to a restaurant and I order fried catfish, you might see me pick up my piece of fried catfish with my hands and dip it in my sauce and bite it. Because, hey, fried fish like that, fried chicken strips, fried anything like that is considered finger food. It is well documented. It is perfectly fine to pick that fried fish strip up in your fingers and eat it that way. You don't have to take a knife and fork and precisely cut it up and eat it with your fork. That is where the ignorance comes in. Exactly. And I use my hands more than I don't, Anthony, when I eat. And I was taught that much in etiquette class. Just like picking up an ear of corn to bite it. It's perfectly fine to pick it up. There's nothing wrong with it. That's not bad manners. Picking up a piece of fried chicken and biting it is not bad manners. We had a teacher, bless her heart. She was a really sweet person. I'm not going to mention names. But we had hot dogs, chili dogs for lunch one day at school. And I saw her, she got her a chili dog and had all the fixings on it, on her plate. And everybody else was picking their bun up, biting the end of their chili dog just like most people do. She was sitting there with a knife and a fork. And she was cutting up her chili dog on a bun and eating it with a fork. I mean, that was perfectly fine. That's the way she wanted to do it. But it's perfectly fine. It's perfect etiquette to take that hot dog up in the bun and bite it. I mean, to sit there with a knife and fork to eat a chili dog on a bun did not mean she had any more table manners or any more etiquette than I had for picking mine up and biting it. That's where the ignorance comes in, is when people don't realize that. They think they've got to do things a certain way like that to show that they're not ignorant, that they're well educated or they're well groomed or they have table etiquette. It just shows how much they don't realize or don't really know about table etiquette. Yeah, right. You pick up that hot dog bun and you bite the end of it and hope it all stays in. To me, that's what the bun is there for. And I'm not going to take a hamburger and put it on my plate and pile it up with all the fixings and take a knife and fork and start cutting up my hamburger. Guess what? I'm picking that baby up in my fingers and I'm going to bite it. There you go, Anthony. Well, really, I keep saying we gotta go, and we're still here chatting. But I'm having a good time. But we've been on here for 3.5 hours. Oh my gosh. I never realized my live was going to go this long. But we went from grilling to eating to raising kids and disciplining kids and spoiling kids and everything else for these 3.5 hours. No, you're perfectly fine, Anthony. I'm glad you did. I mean, maybe communicating with people in the live can help you out a little bit. It'll make you realize you're not wrong. You need to discipline your son. You need to discipline your kids. They can't expect just to have everything just handed to them. And you're not furnishing him money to splurge on his girlfriend every week. As soon as the money's gone, she's going to be gone. Well, like I said, Anthony, sometimes you just have to say no. I understand you love your son, but you gave him the car. He's 18 years old. He should be getting him a job pretty soon. And he should be fixing those brakes himself. He needs to start learning some responsibility. If you don't do it now, he never will. If you don't do it now, he never will learn that he's got a responsibility to take care of things like that himself. He can't depend on his daddy to pay his way every day, every year for the rest of his life. I mean, I know you probably would love to do that, but he's got to take responsibility. That's all there is to it. Exactly, Anthony. If he does his chores, things you want him to do, that he might have the money to spend to get his brakes fixed for him to go off to college. But if he wants to take that money and spend it on his girlfriend, that's his problem. If he'd rather spend it on his girlfriend and leave his brakes unfixed, guess what? His brakes would not get fixed. And he'd go off to college with the car home. We got Jay Barrows in the house. Hello. No, I'm glad you're here, Anthony, because talking it out with people that understand, other parents that have been there and done that, could help you out a lot. But I do know one thing: if he does spend it on her not fixing his brake, that car is not driving that far with no brakes. It will be staying here. We will not be driving 12,000 miles with no brakes. Exactly. If he ends up spending the money on his girlfriend and he doesn't put it on the car brakes to be fixed, the car stays home. He'll go off to college, but his little car is going to stay home until he fixes it. And I know that sounds bad, but you've got to be strict with them. You got to put the law down. That's the only way they're going to learn. Yeah, the car brakes are only $400. He can make that in 2 weeks. Yeah, unless he makes the money and spends it on his girlfriend. And then, like you said, if he does that, that's his problem. The car stays home regardless. Yep, you got to have priorities. The car brakes come before the girlfriend. Well, we've been on here, it's 3.5 hours now. We're going to be hitting 4 pretty soon, y'all. This car's staying here, and he thinks he can go up there and he can drive it. But like I told him, we'll have people watching him, and if she so much as touches that car with him up there, I guarantee you though, if he don't fix those brakes, the car wouldn't be leaving. He's got to fix the brakes first to even think about taking it to college with him. And then anything that happens to that car while he's away with it is his responsibility. He'll have to get him a part-time job while he goes to class. Well, the other hours. Well, thank you, Joshua. I don't blame you, Anthony. If I ever found out that she got behind the wheel of that car would be coming home and it'd be parked in the garage. Because like as you well know, anything that happens with that car, with her driving it and she's not insured, it's going to all come back to you. Okay, everybody, like I said, we've been on here for 3.5 hours. I think it's time to end this live and get on with some other stuff for this afternoon. Y'all know there's things y'all have to do. There's more things I've got to do today before the day's over. And it's 6:35 right now. Okay, Joshua, you have a great Sunday night and have a great day tomorrow. Oh no, I won't park it in the garage. I swear on my life I will take it out in the street, and the first person that says, hey, I like the car, I'll hand it to them. Hey, let me know when you're going to do that. I'll be the first one to say I like the car, Anthony. I'm a little bit far away from you, though, to get it. I don't know if I'd go as far as to give it away, but the car would be parked. It would come home and it would stay in the garage. Or I'd drive it myself. You need to do a 24-hour straight live one time, Linda. I've done that too. You did that to your ex one time because she told me I wouldn't. I don't know how I do a 24-hour live. What kind of subject would you bring up to a 24-hour live to keep it going? I guess though the new people coming in and out of the live would bring you new subjects to talk about. I don't know. Well, one of these nights that I can't sleep, maybe I'll go live and just stay up all night. How about that? Would you have your notifications on to be notified that I'm live in the middle of the night? We'll have a 24-hour live-a-thon or whatever you want to call it. Anthony said, yeah, Linda, you can do a 24-hour live and then I'll do one right after that the next night. Yeah, that means you got to be up for 24 hours, and then if you go and do it the next night, you got to get some sleep in between there. And there's Nia Shock. Hello from India. How's India doing today? How's the weather in India? You just barely got the notification and you've been live for over 3 hours. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what would cause that. I thought about trying to beat the world's longest live stream, but I'm not sure I can. What is the longest live stream, Anthony? It's 5:08 a.m. It's cool. Oh, wow. Your day's just starting, Nia. It's early, early morning in India. It's 6:38 p.m. here in Texas. It's not on your end, it's YouTube. 58 hours straight. Oh my God. What did they find to do in 58 hours? Just talk or just do one thing and another, just change it up? It's cool today. It's 84 degrees right now. It was kind of overcast. We had a few sprinkles early this morning. So it's been cooler because there's been thunderstorms around us. But it seems so good. That's one reason I decided to grill out today, because it was a little cooler. "58 hours. Wow. That's a long time." That's what, about 2.5 days? 58, that's about 2.5 days, I think. Yeah, that's a good 2.5 days, 58 hours. Yeah, we got 83% humidity here. And that's a lot for Texas. We don't usually have but like 10-15% humidity, not even that much most of the time. That's one reason my garden is growing so well this summer, is because we've had cooler temperatures and a lot more rain. A lot more rain than usual. But I can't even imagine trying to go 58 hours. Well, I could have the last couple of nights. The last 2 nights I slept, but before that I went like 5 nights with no sleep. I could have made a really long live. I probably would have looked like death's door in the videos, but I could have done a long live, I guess. If you can't sleep, you can't sleep. You're going to be up anyway. Why not? 2 days and 10 hours, and I'm not sure I can do that for any longer, but they still hold the Guinness. Well, we've got one YouTuber that's on that. I've never timed his videos, but he puts it on some of his farm animals and leaves it on like all night. But I don't think it constantly goes for days. I think it's just like maybe overnight or maybe for a day or one evening. But I never knew anybody had a 58-hour live on YouTube, which was the Guinness Book of World Records. That's interesting. That is real interesting. Well, we're going to hit 4 hours in about 18 minutes. Should we go for 4 hours, y'all? We could go for 4 hours. But maybe you and I one day should plan a live stream together and try to beat that. Well, yeah, we could do that. To have two people go live and do it on one of the platforms where we can both be on the screen. That way, if one has to leave to go to the restroom or just take a break from the camera, the other one will be there. That'd keep it going, I guess. That sounds interesting. A YouTube live-a-thon. Yeah, I mean, what we might think about that, Anthony. That'd be kind of interesting. You definitely have to keep your camera plugged in for the charger so it wouldn't die. The guy's name is Twitch Steamer. I can't even pronounce all that, much less say it. Twitch Steamer. Emily CC. How in the world did you ever come across that dude? Yeah, you could make a whole buffet in 24-hour period. But then what would you do with all that food? You have to have a community barbecue or something. I don't know. Your son showed him to you. They had a thing called Steam Guard that will allow 2 YouTubers to be on the same screen. Well, I've used programs that allow me to put up to 7 people on the screen with me. But it got to the place where hardly anybody wanted to get up there with me. Kai Ellis would come in occasionally and get up there because he was promoting his channel from Hawaii. Oh, he's got some great scenery in some of his shorts that he's published from Hawaii. It's beautiful in Hawaii where he lives. We still got 31 in here. 31 in the house, y'all. My hair is damp, y'all. That's why it looked so wet earlier. It's because it was. And it was frizzing up on the top. I need to cut it. I need to cut my hair off. And I'm not sure what I want to do with it. I used to wear it in layers. You know, I'd cut it off in short layers and then it would grow out to longer layers and longer layers. And finally I let it grow out to this, which is no layers. It's all the same length. But I'm ready for something different. I guess because every day, you know, usually I get up and I'm pulling it up or I'm pulling it back. I never leave it down anymore because it's so long, it just gets in the way. I need to go to a motel, be by myself because he's driving me crazy, driving you nuts. He wants to go get her nails done and now somebody please help me. I'm going crazy. He wants to go get her nails done now. Somebody please help me. I'm going crazy in this house. Well, he needs to fix his brakes first, and then he can take her to get her nails done. You reckon? Maybe she needs to help him come up with the money to get the brakes fixed. She can help come up with the money to get his brakes fixed. So then he can take her places. I got to color my hair again. You can see the gray coming through. I'm going to look like a skunk pretty soon. I ought to just let it go the natural color and quit coloring it. I need to let it go gray. Then it'll look like I'm a platinum blonde or something. Yeah, still on chat. I need to get my car fixed is what I need to do. Exactly, Anthony. Yeah, I'm getting tired of coloring my hair, and I'm getting tired of it being so long. I mean, I like long hair, but I get tired of it because all I end up doing is pulling it back or putting it up on top of my head or something like that. That's the way I always was. Usually I'd let it grow out, and then I'd get tired of it. I'd cut it off short. I'd get tired of it being short, let it grow out. Get tired of it long, cut it off. You know, I keep rotating around. It never was the same length or anything. It's been longer, the longest this time than ever, that I haven't broken down and just cut it off. Anthony said, I backed into my mailbox with my Hellcat demon in or off the back bumper, so I need to go fix it. Oh, no. Gosh, 10 minutes and it's going to be 4 hours, y'all. I'm going to wait to the 4 hours. We'll go 10 more minutes and then we'll call the live, okay? Yeah, we're still here, Ann. I kept saying I was going to get off several times and I haven't done it because new people kept coming in, so I've just stayed here. I got 60 thumbs up, y'all. You love your Hellcat. It can do 280 miles per hour with ease. Wow. I don't think I want to go 280 miles an hour. $88 thumbs up. Oh, I got 89 thumbs up there. It flipped over to 89. I can see up there on the camera, right up there. I'll be poking you in the face. I just gave my thumbs up, 89. There you go. Because I know it flipped just as I was looking at it. It was 88 and it flipped up to 89. And that was Ann that did that. Yeah, I've had a car fast enough that I can turn the wheel in the car with us. And it'll stay straight. I don't think I want to be in it that fast. That means you were sliding. You weren't driving. 90. Oh, yeah, you're right. I got another thumbs up. I hit 90 thumbs up, Jay Bowers. It's fun to be in that fast. I asked my brother one time, I said, how you want to go get donuts? He said, yeah. Well, I took him out and I did donuts in the middle of the parking lot. He was screaming at me. That's about like me with my son when I went over there right after he got his Corvette. He took me for a ride in it. He wanted to go get gas. And where he went to get gas was quite a ways away. And he did something else. I don't remember what. But I was pretty much holding on for dear life and almost screaming every curve and everywhere he went with that car. Because he's a speed demon when he gets in his Corvette. He was a speed demon in the other cars too, but you know, I'm not used to being in a car that really hugs the curves like a Corvette or like the other car he had did. And they are built for the speed, and they're built to go around the curves and really hug the curves. They can take it. My car wouldn't do that. It would be everywhere out of that curve. It wouldn't hug the curve and go around, I don't think, not at that speed. So I'm sitting there holding on for dear life, you know. I'm ready to grab hold of the, what is it, the oh hell or oh shit handle or whatever they call it. And my son laughing at me. And before we left, his wife, Regina, said, now, Chad, that's your mama. Be careful. Because she knew what he was going to do. And I did too. I've never gotten any of his new cars that he's ever bought that he just didn't go crazy with them and purposely try to scare me. Your Hellcat is... Demon, I can stay in a straight line, and I drag race a Corvette Z08 one time. I left. Wow. And there's Too Tall Rob in the house. Hello, welcome. I'm not sure if I would be doing donuts. I'm glad I did not get the bid on that 66 Mustang I put up on my shorts I was looking at. I might with the 72 Nova I recently purchased, but I'll have to put some junk tires on it first. Your car will go 190. I don't think I want to be in a car going 190, much less 280. No. But I can take my Hellcat to any car and guarantee I cannot run it because it's a custom-made Hellcat. Oh, wow. Give you a ride in the Hellcat. Well, you better duct tape her to the seat so she doesn't fly out the window. That's what I was thinking when I was with my son. I felt like I needed 3 or 4 more seat belts on. No, I didn't. I just realized you were in here. I'm not sure why I was thinking of you while I was out fishing today. But we caught a whole mess of fish. Just got home and got him in the freezer. Oh, wow. I've been wanting to go fishing. I just haven't went. It's either been too hot, too windy, or it's been on the weekend, and I don't like to go fishing out here on the weekend because there's so many tourists out there fishing, and I'd rather go on a weekday evening or early morning if it's calm, you know, it's not too hot and the wind's not blowing. But I just haven't been in a long, long time. And used to, I went about every week fishing. And I still haven't tried this Slim Jim. I got to try Slim Jims. I don't know if he was pulling my leg saying that was what he used for fish bait, that him and his grandkids caught all those fish, but I bought me a Slim Jim, and I said that's my fish bait the next time I go fishing. You've made a wheelie before? You've made it do a wheelie before. And there's MT. Hello, MT. How are you doing? We're on a roll today. We're hitting 4 hours live. I guess we're enjoying one another's company, I guess. My Hellcat can tap the brakes and tap the gas pedal, and it will do a wheelie. Oh, wow. I did a wheelie with my LTD, 78 LTD, which is a big tuna barge car. But it was because I got to this intersection. We was on a dirt road. I got to this intersection, and I didn't realize that was where they wanted me to turn left until I was right almost into the intersection, and I hit the brakes and I turned to the left, and the car did a donut. I mean, there was no other cars around, so it was perfectly safe, but I didn't intend to do a donut, but I did one. My Hellcat has a MMRG Coyote motor on it. Boy, I will run. Yeah, sounds like it. Those were amazing cars. 78 LTDs were big, big cars. You know, they used to make big cars. They were like army tanks. Now the cars are smaller. They're built more flimsy. They blow apart when you're in a wreck. But they built cars way back then to be sturdy and strong in case you were in a wreck. You know, you had some protection around you. Nowadays, you don't have that much protection. Most of it's fiberglass or real lightweight materials that just... The only protection you got was the motor nowadays, and the motor's not even that big in most of them. The only car I can't find that I want is a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. Well, I used to have one. It was a beautiful car. I wish I had it today. Yeah, that's when they made real cars, not plastic ones. I wish you had it today. I'd offer you a lot for it. Well, I know if I had it today in the shape it was in when I had it, it looked brand new. And it ran brand new. I'd get quite a bit of money for it. It'd be up there in the 40, 50,000 range, I'm sure. A lot more than I paid for it when I bought it. But I think the reason I got it as cheap as I did is because I bought it from my boss. I was working in his truck stop grill. At the time, I was 19 years old. And my dad was working there for him doing some remodeling. So I think my dad must have made a deal with him, you know, to sell it to me that cheap. You were thinking, oh, I'm thinking of a lower number than you were thinking of. Well, you know, I haven't checked on the prices of that many of the older cars, but the ones that I have come across were way up there in the $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 range. So that's the reason I just kind of said $40,000. But I know a lot of them are pretty expensive now. If they're in mint condition, oh my God, you can't, there's not a new car out there that would pay for one of those older cars. Not unless it was a real expensive car. They're collecting the LTDs now? Wow. Why would they want to collect a great big old LTD car? That was like a cabin cruiser of a car. It was like a limousine of a car. It was a big car. For a good one. They wanted $25,000 cash for the '66 Mustang that I had on the shorts that I've had a bid on. Well, you know, there's people that come in from out of the country. They used to have a paint swap meet, as they called it, up here at the... It was, I don't know what you could call it. It was like a museum. It was a big warehouse full of older cars. I mean, Rolls Royces, all kind of older cars that these rich Texans drove that had the cattle horns on the front of the cars and stuff like that. And they had what they called a paint swap meet every year. And people from out of the country would come to this swap meet. And what they did, people from all over the country come in with their old cars. And the people from out of the country would buy these older cars, like you're saying, like an LTD, like a 55 Chevy, like a 65 Mustang, or something like that. And they would ship them over to their country, and they'd have them converted to, I guess, propane gas. Instead of the natural gas that we burn in them like we do here, they switched them over to, I think it was propane in their country. And they got a lot of money for those cars. I mean, I couldn't imagine people paying for the car and then having it shipped back to their country. I said that would cost a fortune, but I guess to them it was worth it. Ford LT is the common man's Cadillac. Well, I had people that teased me about that car because that was the first car we bought. The first year we lived in Texas, my ex said he was going to get me a new car. We went to Fort Worth. We came home with a light blue Ford LTD. Beautiful car, but it was huge. I mean, it's huge, big car. And I was just this little 100-pounder, you know, with this afro. And people tease me that saw me driving around in it. You know, they asked me, when are you going to get rid of that big tuna barge and get you a get you a smaller car? I'd always tell them, well, I didn't know. But I'd get pulled over by cops, and they just check my driver's license, check the insurance, and let me go because I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was just this little tiny person driving in this great big car. I guess my car didn't fit me, or I didn't fit the car. So they'd pull you over and just do a traffic stop. Check your insurance, check your license, and let you go. It happened to me all the time. But after I got that red Cavalier, that 2000 Cavalier, they didn't stop me after then. I got stopped one time at night, and it was about the time that the bars would let out at night. And they pulled me over and told me to step out of the car and said something about, you've been drinking, haven't you? And I said, no. Well, where did you come from? And I told them. They said, well, you've been drinking. I said, no, I work there. I don't drink. I said, about the only thing I drink is Coca-Cola or a cup of coffee. I said, I never drink alcohol. I'm allergic to it. I don't drink wine. I don't usually drink beer. Well, needless to say, he had me do the, what do they call it? The sobriety test, or whatever you call it, where they make you walk the straight line and walk so many steps and turn and come back. And I had on high heels, y'all. He said, you can take your shoes off if you want. I said, well, if you don't mind, I'd like to leave them on. I could probably walk better with my shoes on than having to walk barefoot on this pavement. He just looked at me kind of funny. And I went ahead and walked the line, or whatever you call it. And I heard him when he called it in. I didn't hear every word he said. But he said, well, she passed it. She says she doesn't drink. There's nothing else I can get her for. She's not drunk. She passed the test. And I heard whoever it was he was talking to on the other end of the radio, well, let her go then. I thought that was the funniest thing. I think it was during the time I worked at the Back Door Club. I worked at the door person where I sold memberships to the club and stuff like that. And he just knew, because I came from there that night when they closed, that I was drinking. Well, I wasn't. I never do drink. That's one thing I can say. They could never get me for a DWI because I don't drink alcohol. Period. Sobriety test. No, that I didn't have to do a breathalyzer or anything. The field sobriety test. That's what is where you walk the line. They make you walk, and then you turn around and come back. I did it fine with high heels on, and they weren't little bitty heels. They were high heels. And it was so funny when I could hear him on the radio talking to the base or wherever he called. He said, and she did the test in high heels. He said she passed it and she took it in high heels, so she's not drunk. I know I wasn't drunk. I'd not touched a drop of alcohol at all. I said, if you can get drunk off of coffee or a Coca-Cola, then I was high on coffee and high on Coca-Cola, but that was it. Because when I told him, I said, I drink Coca-Cola. He said, well, what do you put in your Coke? I said, nothing. Just plain old Coca-Cola. Some of the best advice I can give anyone out there is if you get pulled over by the cop, turn your phone on record and film the intersection. It is your right. Don't let the police tell you otherwise. I mean, I just thought it was funny because I guess that time of night he figured everybody that was out on the highway was drinking, you know. But he pulled me over, little old me. Little did he know that I don't drink alcohol. Never have. Never will, because I'm basically allergic to it. You love your Jack Daniels and your moonshine. Well, I used to tease people that would always be drinking around me, and they'd offer me a drink, and I'd tell them no. And they say, well, come on, lighten up, take a drink, have a good time. I said, I'm already having a good time. And I said, I want to remember that I had a good time tomorrow morning, too. You love your Jack Daniels and your moonshine. Anthony said the only bad thing about drinking is the hangover. I don't want the hangover. I want to remember what I do the night before. I had this one friend that we went out to a club one night. I left early because, you know, I'm just not that partying type of person in a bar. So I left early. I came home. And the next time I saw her, she said, you know, I had so much to drink that night that you left. The next morning when I woke up, I didn't even remember what I did the night before. I don't remember where I was, what I did, or nothing about it. I said, I'm never going to be in that situation. Nothing funny about being pulled over and illegally detained without probable cause and violations of your Fourth Amendment. Sounds like you've been the victim of both a couple. Yeah. They used to pull me over back years and years ago when we first moved to Granbury, when I was still married. Like I said, they pulled me over because I was such a tiny person in this great big car. I guess they figured I didn't fit the car. So a lot of times you said that was a reason cops would pull people over if the car didn't fit the person, or the person didn't fit the car, or whatever. I didn't usually get a ticket. They just pulled me over, check my license, check my insurance, let me go. And just like that one night coming home, they just naturally assumed I was drinking because of the time of night I was out on the highway where I was. It was 377 out here on the main interstate highway. Coming home. And I had not reached the 144 exit to come down this highway yet. They pulled me over and proceeded to put me through that sobriety test where you walk the line. It tickled me so good when he told me you could take your shoes off if you need to. I said, no, I prefer to leave them on. I felt more comfortable walking in my shoes than I would on that highway when I didn't know what I'd step on. But that tickled me when I could hear him tell his supervisor, I guess, that she passed the test and she had high heels on. She didn't have a problem. She's not drinking. He said, well, let her go then. It's like, did you need to even question whether you should let me go or arrest me for DWI when you know good well I was not drinking? Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. You have a right to detain somebody if you have suspicious probable cause. I know, used to be one. Yeah. Well, from where I was coming from the club where I worked, I only worked there a couple of nights a week, but like I said, I didn't drink. The only thing I drank from that place was Coca-Cola in a glass with ice, or they bring me a cup of coffee out to the door where I worked, where I was, checking memberships, selling memberships, taking up admission, that type of thing. But never drank alcohol. My boss even got on me. She said, we've had so many people tell me that they offered to buy you a drink and you refused because you don't drink alcohol. She said, let them buy you a drink. Let them pay for it. In other words, she wanted me to let them buy me a mixed drink so they could pay for it, but then I didn't have to drink it. But then that was making them think that I was drinking the alcohol too, which I didn't want to do that either. So I never accepted a drink being bought for me. I always told them, no, I'm not drinking anything. I drink Coca-Cola with nothing in it and coffee, and that's it. I didn't think she paid me enough to work there to put up a front that I was drinking alcohol. I believe you are mistaken, Officer Bacon. Yeah, really. I think you're mistaken, Officer Bacon. But as a law enforcement officer, we have the right to detain somebody if we have reason to believe or suspicion. Yeah, because he had all the right, because I left a club where people were drinking all night when they were in there partying, having a good time. I was an employee. I did not drink when I was working, and I didn't drink, period. So he didn't know that till he stopped me. I mean, I wasn't doing anything illegal on the highway, But he had probable cause because he thought I was probably drinking. So he thought it was going to be a quick, easy ticket, getting me for a DWI when it wasn't. It didn't work out that way. And with me, it never will. Yeah, because most of the people who drink when they leave a club, not saying everybody, but I have pulled over so many that put cameras in my face and things and say I ain't doing nothing wrong, and it turns out that they were drunker than anybody that I pulled over that night. Yeah. Yeah, when I got out of the car, the officer said, would you please step out of the car and walk around to the back of the car? And I did. And when I got to the back, I asked him, I said, officer, do you mind me asking you why you stopped me? He said, yeah, you've been drinking, haven't you? You came from that club just now. I said, yeah, I came from the club. I work there. I don't drink. I haven't been drinking. I've been working. He said, well, what do you do there? I said, I work the door. I sell memberships and take up the cover admission for people coming in. And that was the same club where they had Bear, that was his nickname, Bear, because he was a real tall, 6'5", heavy set guy. And he would come in with a 400-pound bear, grizzly bear, and do stuff in the club fight with the bear. And he said it was so funny because he said that bear is tame as a puppy dog. He said that bear wouldn't hurt you. I said the only way that bear would hurt you is if he accidentally fell on you. And he's up there. He said the hardest thing I have to do is hold the bear up. When he's up there and the bear has his paws up on his shoulders, like they're fighting, they're wrestling. He's wrestling the bear. He said the hardest thing there is about wrestling that bear is I have to literally hold the bear up. He wants to fall over. I've got to hold him up to make it look like we're wrestling. I thought that was so funny. And they would overfill that club on the nights that bear was there when they had bear wrestling. Because they all thought it was a real thing. But that bear, he was so tame, he was like a little puppy dog. Notice that you violated traffic law. Yeah, I know that, but I was on my way home. I was just a couple of blocks away from the club. He pulls me over, and he just naturally assumed because I was at the club till that time of night, because he knew that it was time for the club to close, that I'd been there all night drinking, which I hadn't. I was there working. And like I said, first of all, I don't drink alcohol at all, period, ever. And even if I did, I wouldn't be drinking it while I was working. I would never do that working because I got a job to do, and I don't want to be impaired by alcohol to do a job. I mean, I had members that were amazed. They'd come in the door and they couldn't remember their membership number. But I'd seen them in so many times and I had signed them in so many times, I had memorized all their membership numbers. And I'd rattle the number. I said, oh, yours is da 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 da, and they'd write it down. They say, how do you do that? How do you remember everybody's membership number when I can't even remember my own number? I said, I don't know. I can't read that. Too tall, Rob. I was a damn good cop. Thank you. And I didn't pull anybody over just for pulling. Might have. Be sure to pay attention to what Anthony's saying. That is what a corrupt officer will tell you. Yeah. I mean, I didn't mind stopping. I knew I hadn't been drinking. I didn't have anything to hide. I got out and I did his little test and passed it with flying colors. I told him I don't drink, never have, never will, don't want it, don't like it. But yeah, when you hear him on the phone, the radio in his car, talking to the supervisor or his supervisor, I guess that's who he was talking with. And he tells them, she said, well, she says she doesn't drink. She passed the test and she had high heels on. Passed the test with no problem. And the supervisor says, well, let her go. Was there a question, should I let her go or not? She passed the test. She's in heels. She doesn't drink. Let her go. No, that's right. Leaving a club at a ridiculous hour does not constitute a crime or probable cause of a crime. Sounds like you're lacking evidence of probable cause if you're pulling someone over without a violation. Yeah, it was just a natural assumption that he naturally assumed everybody that was leaving that club at that time of night at closing time had been drinking. And, for the most part, I would have probably thought the same thing because just about everybody else in that whole club had been drinking something during the night. Some more than others. But it just so happened that with me, it was nothing because I don't drink. And I think we closed at 1, it might have been 1 a.m. that night. There were some nights they closed at 12, and other nights they stayed open till 1 a.m. I worked there on Wednesday night, Friday night, and Saturday night. And I was working there when I was taking college classes. Because I couldn't find jobs around my college classes. You know, it's so hard. I couldn't believe it's so hard to find jobs, you know, when you're going to school full time. I was going to school half a day, 4 days a week, and you couldn't find a job around those half day, 4 days a week classes. Well, that's probably what he followed me, Anthony. Was about 2 blocks. I wasn't far away from the club at all. But I didn't have any violation, no traffic violation against me or anything. He just pulled me over because he thought I was probably drinking. He thought it was going to be a quick, easy ticket, and it wasn't. Now, if he'd have pulled somebody else over that pulled out of the parking lot, he might have gotten a quick, easy DWI ticket, but not with me. Well, y'all, we got to go. It's 4.5 hours now. And we're not even on a live telethon here tonight. 2 years later, he was convicted of multiple charges of sexual assault on females, and he violated 5-year investigation that thought he could quit and get away from. Oh, wow. Well, just because you're a cop doesn't mean you're perfect, y'all. Yeah, just because people end up being cops or governors or any kind of government official or anything to do with the law enforcement, that doesn't mean that they're not capable of doing something wrong. They're not perfect people. Yeah, you got to rest up, Anthony, to do your live later on. So I want to thank each and every one of you for coming into my live today. My different type of grilling. It was real good, and I wish y'all could have joined me and helped eat some of it. But it was good. I was starving to death by the time I got it done. And I almost got my grill too hot. I had the temperature turned up too high. But everything turned out good. I like it charred a little bit. Makes it crispy. And oh, it's so good, y'all. You need to really try the bacon-wrapped little cherry tomatoes. It doesn't matter what kind of tomato it is. Like mine was the Golden Jubilees. They get golden. They don't turn red. Any of the little cherry tomatoes would work. Just wrap them in a half a strip of bacon and grill them. I guarantee you, you'll not stop grilling them that way. If you do it one time, every time you grill, if you can get some tomatoes and bacon, you're going to grill them. I guarantee you. And with that, y'all have a blessed night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Have a blessed day tomorrow, and I'll see you on the next one. Love y'all. Bye now.